Alright, welcome to day 2. Got some work to do. Did not get enough done yesterday, so I appreciate you being here. As a recap, my baby girl is due in about 98 days, and I am job searching in public. I gotta land some stable employment before then to be able to provide for my family. So over the next 98 days, you'll see me applying to jobs using AI as well in the process. I'm using some Hermes agents to help me kind of remove some friction in the process, to help me stay on top of applications, aggregating them, scoring them, reaching out to my network, trying to get as many referrals as possible. That's the metric that we're optimizing for. So that's what you'll see over the next 98 days. Yesterday, we mainly sharpened the axe. I was getting Notion into shape. I previously had a Notion workspace that I used before for job hunting, and it needed to be kind of reorganized. So that's what we did yesterday as well. And then I've got some Hermes agents for this job process already spun up. Probably need to train them a little more today. I am running low on codex usage, so I may have to use a reset. I think I have 3 more, so yeah, if we start running into issues with AI usage during this process, we'll have to figure out a different solution. So yeah, let's get started, get organized, make our goals for today, and then we'll go from there. I want to move you over to Obsidian. So this is what 100 days looks like. 25 per chunk. Day 1 is already complete, and in the past, can't do anything about it now. So I'm going to go ahead and plan my goals. I didn't know you could see that. Let's do, alright, day number 2. Probably should have had this done before stream, but that's what this is about, is showing you the real raw. So yesterday I applied to one job just to get the muscle going. Ideally, there's going to be a lot of pre-processing before I ever even see the application or see the job. It's already going to have run through multiple layers of like scoring and aggregating. But yesterday I did one manual just to get my feet wet. So, alright, today's goals, tasks, collect network. Nope. Oh, this is old. Alright, I think I had already put some in the video description. I'm gonna go ahead and grab that really quick, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, today's goals: get the system working end to end, churn out about 20 plus applications, upload the second half of the LinkedIn data export when it comes in, work on portfolio site, and maybe the trotmanshow.com, and a lot more. So I've got some messages coming in, so let me read these. Okay, what is getting the system working end to end? So, dash jobs, deduplicate, score, apply, track. Essentially, that's the flow. You ingest some jobs, you do deduplication, you score them against your resume, you apply and track. Churn out about 20 plus. That's going to be hard to do today unless it's automated in this, this first half part of it. Upload second half. I'm waiting on this to hit my email. They gave me the first half, which was like useless. So I'm waiting on the second half to hit my email. And then the portfolio site, it probably definitely needs some work. If you go to alextrotman.com, this is what you would see. It is not optimized for job hunting, I will say. I had an old portfolio, but then I started to get into indie hacking, I thought, and I reworked this site to be more like Mark Liu. Yeah, and it needs work. It's not as professional as it should be. It does link to my socials, but that's not super useful. And then this needs to be changed because the Trotman Show is no longer building an AI that runs my life until I hit $1 million. It is job hunting because that is the true mission. So one day dev, maybe one day dev needs to get revived. It might give me some work in the meantime. Extra tier needs to be, no, might need to take a backseat. Super cool calendar needs to either come forward or get archived. So, but let's go back to, yeah. Okay. We need to assess what it takes to get the system working end to end. Okay. Okay. All right. All right, give me your condensed assessment of the current state of Notion and our system and what we should do about the job ops. One of my goals today is to assess the current system state and get the system working end to end so that way we can ingest jobs, deduplicate them, score them, apply to them, and then track them. Of course, the applying part would not be automated. That would be my manual process. I want to churn out at least 20 applications today. I'm at 1% remaining. I'm going to go ahead and use the reset. Perfect. I had to use one reset because we got to keep these agents running. Okay. Didn't want to show that. I'm gonna try to do an 8-hour stream today. As long as my GoPro holds up, because that was the failure mode yesterday. Is the GoPro, I guess, got too hot or something, and it froze. Okay. Open, pause, close, removed. I don't know. So this is posting status. Raw URL. So I should have had it. Yeah. So let's think about the life cycle of this, because we got people, we got companies that can't show that stuff on stream. They put gotta put exclamation points by things that I can't show. Okay. Yep. Welcome to the stream, whoever's watching. Feel free to say hello. It'll be much appreciated. We got one of our AI agents working on how we tie the job ops open source project to our Notion tracker that we're working on. What this will do is help me aggregate job postings across like 10 job boards. It'll help me score those job postings against my resumes, and then from there that gives me high signal applications that I can apply to, because we're trying to increase our chances as much as possible. But we are also optimizing for referrals as well. It's partly why this stream exists. So today's day 2. We did not get enough done yesterday. Mainly it was just sharpening the axe, but we can't do that for too long because the whole point of this is to get some volume through this pipeline. This application's applied to chart needs to start spiking up to maybe 15 or 20 per day. And then the number of referrals by status needs to start, need to get some people in there. But one thing I am waiting on is my LinkedIn data export, so I can actually put all of my connections in the people database. And then I'm going to start reaching out to people, identifying who can refer me. But there's a lot of stuff on our plate today. I'm going to try to do an 8-hour stream from 9 to 5, but yeah. So day one, we understood the odds, what the current market is. We set up some Hermes agents to help in the process. We're still evaluating the job ops repo and like what we should take out of it, because there are some helpful things, but there's a lot of machinery there that we don't need. I applied to one job just to get the muscle going, to get something out. It was just a manual application. It was pretty much a throwaway, but once with the systems working and we get a lot of high signal applications in the pipeline, then I'm going to be able to start churning out. The goal is to do 20 plus today, but we got to make sure that it works. We're still working on the Notion tracker. I was setting up some charts so we can actually start seeing these numbers move from day to day. The number of job postings grouped by fit score, so we'll see how many jobs we're ingesting per day and how well of a fit I am. Hopefully we get at least 15 or 20 scored above 80 or 90, because if we only get like 5 that score really high, then that's like only 5 good applications. So we need to make sure the quality is high. So applications, referrals, canonical stream. Okay. Okay, so it's adding some fields to our job postings database because it found a gap. I'm not trying to use the job ops system like just out of the box, because I've used it some and I don't trust it fully, so I want to augment the system a little bit and connect it to Notion so I have a little more control over what I'm doing with the whole pipeline. It'll be fun. We'll take it day by day. Day by day. Good. So what I could be working on right now, okay, we need to make a decision. Are we going to redo this portfolio site, or are we going to get the Trotman Show website up? That's the question. It may go hand in hand though, because this would be my personal portfolio site, and then the Trotman Show would be focused on this and like the messaging around it. I think that's safe. It's a safe idea, but it is kind of double the work though. All right, let me get everything spun up. Okay. Okay, this is the Trotman Show website that I had previously. Kind of Netflixy. Yeah, let's redo this. So let's go over to can you quickly give me a status of the current deployment, whether this is what the default branch is, etc. We're going to be redoing the site um, towards a new campaign instead of the original Trotman show idea. So what we want to do with this, I know that I'm going to, instead of having the agents here, we're probably going to have profiles for hiring managers, recruiters, maybe employees. I don't know. I don't even know if we will do separate profiles. We may remove this part. But the idea is that my whatchamacallit, my stream, YouTube stream, is gonna actually load in here. So you can see the last one, and then you can hit play and it'll take you to YouTube. You can do more info and you'll actually see the past episodes of like day 1, day 2, day 3. This will just be a place to funnel people towards the videos, towards YouTube, but it will also link out to my LinkedIn and other, like the portfolio site that we need to work on. So we'll do that. All right, let's see what it said. Current branch, Netflix redesign, default branch main. So are you on default? No. Main dev are identical. Zero divergence, both last touched in June. It's original Trotman show site. Okay. Yes, preserve the Netflix redesign work, commit it, and merge the branch to main and push. Okay. Let me get the portfolio site directory pulled up. Hey Claude, give me a condensed status update on the current state of deployment, what our branch is currently, what our default branch is, etc. We're going to be redesigning this portfolio site. So just give me an update of where we're at currently. Okay, committed, what happened? Merge, push to main. Redesign is no longer laptop only. It's on GitHub, 2 places. I'm gonna check GitHub real quick just to make sure that we have the proper repository. Make sure it's private. Yeah, okay. But it's not hooked up to Vercel, so that's good. All right. Yeah, you can fast forward dev, so both main and dev agree. once you're done with that, I want you to remind me how our episodes and profiles are set up, because instead of agents and like niche specific shows, we will be reorienting the site to help me showcase my YouTube channel called The Trotman Show, which is a 100-day challenge series of me job hunting in public before my daughter is born. Today is day number 2, so I know that the Trotman show within the site will need to load the episodes from YouTube. And I'm not sure about the profiles. I may want to have profiles for like hiring manager, recruiter, employee, stranger, that type of thing. And we might be able to tailor the content. Well, actually, that's too far. Forget about tailoring content. Just take these ideas and let me know what we should do. Git branch, current branch main, clean, remote, flash push, live site, stack, gaps I hit. It's fine. Redesign implications, size single page app. Okay, branch off for the new redesign. Okay. Okay, so we're looking at job ops. Battle damage is kind of running the show here. The job ops repo has already ingested 93 jobs. 39 score 60 plus, 17 score 70 plus, and only 3 are 80 plus. That's probably the bottleneck that we're going to run into, is getting jobs that score a high fit. But that's okay. We'll apply to what we can. Freezing the top 25. 14 likely open, 9 ambiguous, needs browser level confirmation, 1 clearly closed, 1 access failure. So we're grasping at straws here. So let's get it. Sounds great. I actually recently enabled YouTube APIs in my Google Cloud project, so I can get you that at any time. And I agree with one title, but I think we should split it up into 4 seasons. Season 1 would be the first 25 episodes, season 2 would be the next 25 episodes or days, and so on, to see how many seasons it will take until I land a job. And then we also need to think about how we're going to route people to my LinkedIn and portfolio site. And go ahead and rework the manifest or whatever it's called of the agents and seasons, so we get down to like one profile that's just a generic profile, and if we need to split it up later into like tailored profiles, we can do that, but I don't know that that's a need yet. All right, so let's open up. So we're gonna have actually, I don't want to do that. Let me put in you and just say Trotman show ideas. So one thing I'm thinking about is I want to obviously the chat bot is one thing I thought about. Another is having contact info accessible. Like there's email or phone, text. Clear. Okay, clear. make it clear what roles I'm looking for, what my skills are. Like if it's ambiguous when people join the stream of like, okay, cool, he's looking for a job. What kind of job is he looking for? Like I need to understand the questions that will come to mind when someone finds me. So chatbot, that's something that's lower priority. Contact info, definitely want people to be able to get in touch with me easily. So we need to make sure that's probably a high priority. Make it clear what roles I'm looking for, definitely. Oh, it would probably be a good idea to like drop my resume and experience into AI and be like, hey, based on this resume, what are all the roles that this is relevant to? So that way I have like a full list of roles that I would be a good fit for, not just roles that I've held in the past. So subtask for that. Drop my resume and experience into AI and identify all the job titles that I would be a good fit for. Nail my pitch. Okay. I'm surprised that this doesn't actually increase sockets anymore. Who's watching? Say hello. Say hello in the chat. I want to know. Are you somebody I know? Somebody I don't know? Okay. Job ops, what are you doing, buddy? Okay, so let's look at job ops, not job ops, battle damage. He is about to upsearch some companies into Notion. Um, he said the score ranges from 61 to 92. So it's going to preserve the description, application URL, score, rationale, and provenance. It's going to create an external record mapping, create no applications. If that reconciles cleanly, I'll replay the remaining 19 through the same idempotent contract. Perfect. Thank you, sir. All right, let's go back and check on what are we doing here. Great. You're ready to move. I don't want to build on long decisions before. Already got the full context. The biggest fork shapes everything else. How episodes get into the manifest. You've got the YouTube API enabled, so this is really about sequencing. How should we get the episodes into the site? Build the YouTube auto sync now, or seed manually and automate later? Yeah, that's fine. Now I need to go to my cloud project and see cloud.google.com. Let's go to APIs and services. What do we have enabled? YouTube data API v3. Where should the LinkedIn and portfolio links live in the Netflix style UI? Header nav, hero CTAs, persistent portfolio LinkedIn buttons, top ab, always visible on every page, and reinforce the secondary buttons on the billboard hero next to play, highest visibility, best for job hunt conversion goal, both open in a new tab. That's fine. All good with that. Hello. I've got 2 people watching now. Welcome. We've got one Claude working on our Trotman Show website. We have a battle damage Hermes agent working on it's managing a job ops system. This is an open source project. It helps me aggregate jobs across job boards, score them against my resume, and it is currently doing that for me and upserting those companies and job postings to Notion. So you can already see that it today 92. Why does it show 92? I need to edit this chart. Anyways, it's populating postings and companies into Notion for me to apply to. This is where we're going to track our metrics on what I've applied to, how many referrals I've gotten, etc. 11 of the 20 verified postings now have tailored PDFs that are immediately actionable. 9 of the scored are verified, but still lack generated artifacts. You can begin with 11 ready records now. Okay. So let me I want to go back to this and see if we can edit this chart because that's not what I want. I don't want x-axis, y-axis count. What do I want to see? I'm looking because I want individual postings. You know? Is 92 the score? Or is it maybe I click to view data? Yeah, so let's go over to default view. Refresh. Okay. That's what I was looking for. So car cutter, onboarding specialist. We'll go over to okay, the fit score is 92. I mean, that's not bad. It's not horrible. So let's go back to the job postings. Postings overtime by fit. I want to see if we can set colors for. I don't know that we can set colors for certain ranges. It's just colorful, whatever. That's fine. Alright, let's go back and look at what we're doing here. Lock so far, autosync now, one title, yada yada, key shift, rows of shows, rows of episodes. Right now, Netflix UI, full design at a glance, title episode, 3 calls I need from you, browse model, agree with the rows of episodes, admin versus sync ownership of episodes. With autosync, make the sync the source of truth for episodes. Admin still edits the title, rows, profile links. Hand edits to episode text would otherwise get clobbered on the next sync. Okay, or do you want admin overrides preserved? I agree with your decisions. We can make the sync the source of truth for episodes, and you can delete the canon. So we don't have any confusing conflicts. Okay, let's check on battle damage. Okay, independent audit confirms our architecture, and that's an important thing. No native Notion integration exists for job ops, of course. The completion webhook is not safe. Substitute, it omits application time, job, URLs, location, outcome, description. Webhook delivery is fire and forget. No durable retry. The job ops interface inaccurately suggests the webhook includes the description. This does not change today's operating plan. It reinforces job ops remains a discovery, scoring, tailor, and main application workbench. Our checkpointed battle damage bridge handles deterministic Notion ingestion. Notion remains authoritative for application subsequent lifecycle state. Direct job ops to Notion webhook synchronization remains prohibited until properly engineered. The audit could not verify runtime readiness because it was deliberately read-only. Our direct execution, yada yada yada. Alright, so fresh job ops pipeline complete. Source records discovered 73. Net new jobs imported 23. Fuzzy duplicates 3. Existing records skip 47. Newly processed candidates 13. Verified 20 job queue. Queue records presented 20 of 20. Tailored PDFs ready 19 of 20. Remaining candidate actively processed. Scoring range 61 to 92. Alright. Your complete 20 application queue is ready. Okay, so if I go to this, what's it gonna show me? Frick. Can't remember what that password was, but okay. Now let's check the job postings and see if all 20 are in here. No, they're not. Okay, so we have some issues with this then. Okay, one issue that I noticed is that you only upserted one job posting versus all 20 into Notion. And I'm also a little wary of job ops because, well, I also want to know if there's a way that the resume that job ops uses can originate from Notion, so that way we control the full process from start to finish of exactly which resume and keywords were used to search for the jobs. Those jobs would be deduplicated, scored, and upserted into Notion, linking back to which resume was used and what keywords were used, etc. That way we can still keep the core of job ops and what it does, but we have full control over the inputs and outputs instead of constantly scraping jobs with the same resume and same keywords, because we may need to switch this up over time depending on what we target. If we need to do a proper Notion integration or customize job ops, then we can do that, but I need you to identify what actually needs to be done. Okay. Spec written. I am gonna have a meeting in like an hour and a half that I will have to uh, not pause the stream, but I'm gonna put myself away. Spec written and committed, yada yada. Please review it. Sync trigger v1 is 8 p.m. Sync YouTube. Scripts redeploy with a daily cron as a fast follow-up. Projected runtime ISOR fetch for v1. It ripple through every synchronous consumer of the catalog. Comfortable with that trade-off. Channel structure. The day numbering assumes one episode upload per day. If your channel mixes in non-episode uploads or multiple videos a day, we'd sync from a dedicated playlist or filter by day in. Title, pattern instead. Worth telling me how your channel is organized. Canon confirms delete. Once you're good with it, on both writing plans. Sounds great. And yes, we can use a playlist. I already have a playlist created for this 100-day series. So if we can anchor on that, that would be great. Also make sure that you're branching off accordingly and not making all the changes on main. The one visible posting was the Canary. The remaining 19 were launched as a gated background import, so I need to verify whether the process is still active, completed, or stopped before phase 1. I will not claim 20 until the live ledger proves 20. Your proposed control mode is also the right direction. Notion should define each search campaign's resume, target profile, keywords, geography, sources, and scoring policy. Job ops would execute that version campaign and return provenance-bearing results. I'm tracing the exact job ops input paths and the current Notion resume campaign schema now, then I'll give you the concrete integration work required. The decision question has two distinct parts. Control plane Notion needs a versioned search campaign object that selects an approved resume artifact and defines keywords, locations, sources, score threshold, ranking instructions, and run budget. Execution provenance, each job ops run and every resulting job posting must retain the exact campaign version, resume, version hash, keyword set, scoring policy, job ops run ID, and generated resume artifact used. I'm independently auditing job ops, current RX resume dependency, and provenance fields. Sounds great to me. Okay, let's check on branched off. I named it redesign v3, follow up existing now. Now on redesign, two things: push when you want previews, or show builds a preview URL. I don't need that. CV branches are still dangling. Were never merged since you're on Next 16 2.4 React 19 already. Those patches may well be moot, but if they aren't, the fix belongs on main rather than tangling into a redesign branch. You can check. Okay. Okay, now your job is a research pass on the web, researching personal portfolio sites in tech and white collar, and what is the best structure, best narrative. Just like pull all the statistics and research on personal portfolio sites that are up to date with 2026 July, and then come back to me with recommendations of what the new portfolio site should look like, what it should contain, how many sections, what it should link to, etc. And then also see if there's any crap. Now I need you to do a research pass on the web, identifying everything you can about personal portfolio sites, what makes them work, what increases chances the most, what structure, what sections, what narrative, everything. Get the statistics that are up to date for July 2026 and come back to me with suggestions on what the new portfolio site should look like. It is not going to be based on the current one at all. All right, we can already see that some job postings are coming in to Notion. We got technical project manager. What all do we have? Don't know what that sound was. That's a great idea. Thank you. Customer success engineer, customer success manager, software engineer, onboarding specialist. Remote, hybrid, remote, open, pursue. Where's the actual status? Sourcing status. Qualified. Sync status, current. Right. Okay, we got some applications in here. You can see the scores are coming in. I really want to edit this chart because it is not how I want it to be. Okay, so the x-axis we want to show score. Can we show that? Fit score. Aha. No. Sorry. Where's our created at? Created time. Okay, that's correct. Our y-axis we want to show fit score. Okay. Nope. That's not what I wanted to do, you know that? We're gonna have to come back to this chart later because it is not functioning the way I want. How many job postings are in here now? Have enough evidence to determine the minimum durable build. The key choice is customize job ops at its boundaries, not fork its entire behavior. Add campaign run input contract to existing API pipeline run path. Add campaign run evaluation artifact provenance tables. Make profile loading accept per run resume reference instead of global settings. Emit durable outbox events. Keep Notion client side job Notion client outside job ops in a narrow adapter, so job ops never owns Notion credentials or campaign truth. I'm checking the 19 posting import path again. One additional defect matters for your goal. Job ops currently stores only search terms count in the effective run snapshot, not the actual search terms. The API pipeline run route may also persist requested terms in the global settings before starting. That means the current system cannot prove exactly which terms produced a given posting without reconstructing mutable settings. The build must make search terms and scoring instructions immutable per run inputs, not global side effects. Okay, that's fine. Plan YouTube saved. Water covers 13 byte size. Can you get me a YouTube API key, please? GW Taylor. For your portfolio subsite, you can add Google Analytics, which will show you where your site is getting views at. Exactly. Absolutely. I do have Resell Analytics, but Google Analytics would be a step further. So I'm glad you mentioned that. That can be a task. I'm reading through Battle Damages report. I feel like the performance on LinkedIn is not the greatest as far as like just like clicking around and crap. Could be my local machine, but hey Nathaniel, thank you so much for connecting. Hope you're doing well. I'd love to know where you saw me, as it would help me understand which channels are actually working. LOL. I'm on a mission over the next 98 days to land a job before my baby girl is born in late October. If you're down to have a coffee chat, I would greatly appreciate that. I need to be tracking these interactions in Notion. Come on, man. Ooh, he worked at Ford. Very nice. Wait, that's not Ford, it's Carrier. But it looks like Ford. That's funny. Why is that embed not showing? That bothers me. Come on, Mr. Embed. Okay, so one thing I want us to understand before we embark on customizing the job ops system is how tightly coupled are we to job ops and how reliable is it for ingestion? It claims to integrate with 10 plus job boards, but I want to know the risks around being coupled to job ops and if we should look for other alternatives or if it's okay to integrate with job ops and build our system around it. Mm. That's awesome. Thanks, John, for giving me that. That's awesome. I need to see what time that is. Discord server as well. Perfecto. I'm gonna join that. Join the Discord server, and I'll see what I got going on Friday. I might join. It is like an hour and something drive. How many miles away is Huntsville? UAH. Da, 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 da. 67.9 miles. So yes, I am farther away than 50 miles. Okay. Friday, July 24th, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Okay. John, are you going to be there in person? Or are you attending virtually? Alright, hang on. I need to mute something real quick. Awesome. In person? Sweet. I just had a guy drop a voice message in my LinkedIn DMs. Gave some awesome advice. He's a pretty funny guy. I like him. Absolutely love your attitude towards things, and I appreciate the advice. I will definitely try to steer clear of LinkedIn and Indeed. I'm currently evaluating using pieces of this open source project that aggregates postings from 10 job boards. I also started using more recently, which I believe scrapes 170 job for job postings. So I'm definitely trying to go to the source instead of relying on LinkedIn and Indeed, full of ghost jobs. Ooh, another one. Another one. Hang on. See how job ops is. Tell me. So I gotta take a meeting in 1 hour, so we'll have a scheduled break at that point. So. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. Let's check back on Claude. See if I got the YouTube API key. Yes. Subagent driven is fine, and I'm not seeing a .env.local file. Can you go ahead and create one with placeholder variables for me to drop in the API key and playlist ID? Yes, they will now include, yeah. Actually, let's Control C that. Let's make sure this is on Fable. Fable 5. Effort. Medium. Yes, I agree. Subagent driven. Can you make sure that the .env.local file is created with placeholder variables for me to drop in the API key and playlist ID? Alright, playlist ID. That's the question. The number of referrals. Okay. I dropped in the API key and playlist ID into the file for you. It's going to want to know my LinkedIn for the. Okay. 5 to 12. This is the URL from the playlist, and it's playing the first video. Jobright.ai. The portfolio site will be at. Okay. It's always concerning when you see rm-f in an agent command. You're like, please don't screw nothing up. Okay. Can you do me a favor while battle damage is working? I don't want to interrupt it. Could you look into and tell me if it's something we should look at using and like what the general consensus is on it? And also, how open is it? Do they have APIs or is there a way to get data out of the platform or do they have integrations, that kind of thing? Go ahead and research this for me. Thank you. Analyze your soul and memory and also battle damages soul and memory and tell me who's better positioned to be the strategist for helping me actually do campaigns and position myself better to be in front of people. Do not interrupt battle damage or any other agent while they are working. This is a read-only pass. You should be taking advantage of the fact that we have this Notion workspace. So please save your assessments as pages, and we can create like a knowledge base area in Blackbird as needed. I have Jarvis researching jobright.ai and evaluating if we should use it. I want you to also think outside the box on what systems we may need to use in order to achieve our goal. I don't want to be too coupled to job ops, but I also want to make sure that we're not solely thinking about job ops when there are other things probably out there that you can research that we might can use instead. I still want Notion to be the source of truth and the control plane where I store the jobs and track everything. Who should I have upgrade you to level 3? You or Jarvis? Thanks for that. Can you turn these? It's time to upgrade Donut autonomy level. This is what it proposed. Can you please review and apply it to Donut? Donut is my kind of PR guy. Like, he's the one that helps me position myself better, kind of like the copywriter for like my portfolio site and the Trotman show. Anyways, I'm going to increase him to level 3 bounded autonomy. I'm having Jarvis do that. But battle damage is looking up. It's going outside the box to make sure that we're not so coupled to the job ops repo. It probably has some use case, but I don't want to be so coupled to it that it strangles us. But yeah, and then I'm also evaluating JobRight.ai. This was suggested to me to use. So far, from what I understand, it's not very open. They have no APIs, it's very locked down. I may pilot a 7-day or 10-day trial just to see if it gives me good suggestions. But that's about it. So we have a Notion tracker that's going to be our source of truth and kind of control plane for this journey, tracking the number of applications that I submit, the number of job postings that we ingest and score against, the number of referrals that I get, and whatnot. So we will get there. We are working on Trotman Show as well. This is the website for this YouTube channel. More of a Netflix style type thing. I'm gonna see at what point let's go over here and look. It's still working on its tasks. It's updating to use yo, what's up, Prismic? Appreciate you joining in. Got a lot of agents working. We're on a mission to land a job over the next 98 days. But working on the Trotman Show website. It's going to basically pull in these videos from this playlist and then also help route people to my portfolio site and LinkedIn. And then we've got a bunch of Hermes agents that are helping with the process. So, Blackbird Command Center, knowledge base verification pass, yada yada. Let's see what it got cooked up a little. Knowledge base. Durable assessments, decisions, architecture research, yada yada yada. Job ops coupling, ingestion reliability. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if battle damage can work on something for me. What aren't you working on? Hey. My contract job. That's what I'm not working on right now. I do have a meeting in 20 minutes, so I'm gonna have to pause the music and my microphone for a bit. But yeah, we're maximizing for referrals, of course, because research shows that beats cold applications like you've never seen. So that's partly reason why this stream exists, is to get myself out there, get people to get their eyeballs on me, that type of thing. Maybe display my skills a bit. That's the goal. Okay. Donut, battle damage. So I know we have a few jobs in the pipeline already from the ingestion from job ops. Job ops is the open source project that I'm evaluating if we want to tie to it or not. So let's sort this by fit score, and then let's drag fit score over so I can see. Shoot. Okay. Alright, we need descending. Alright, car cutter, onboarding specialist. How does it look? We may need to work on, yeah. Okay, source manifest. private feeder, full source manifest, preserved, lost page body. Don't know if this should be shared or not, but let's look for posting. I hate this page. United States, fully remote, onboarding specialist. On the onboarding journey, kickoff and discovery, technical coordination, progress tracking, handoff to customer success. Okay. So there's separation there, process improvement. 2+ years experience in customer facing onboarding, implementation, technical account management role, ideally within a SaaS environment. Yeah, but the intro call, talent acquisition, meet with the head of customer success, meeting with partner manager, case study, final conversion. Final conversion with our CRO, up to 78K on target earnings. Remote status, hybrid. Well, I mean, 35. Salary range. Let's do 72 to 78. Yes. What was its requirement? How many? Experience 2+ years. Okay. This is where you guys don't get to see anymore, because we're putting in some personal information. Not that you can't find it easily nowadays. Where is it at? That's wild. At 15 minutes till onboarding. All right. Applied to another job and even did a CV for this one. Hmm. I get a drink. 'Cause- All right, we'll come back to this. I just applied to one job. It is with the Notion job ID of I used this resume that is probably my only customer success facing resume right now that I used in the past for a podium job application. Also note that I had Claude write a cover letter based on the job description and the resume I used. Ugh. All right. If anybody's watching, I'm about to take a meeting, so I'm gonna have to come back here in a minute. So it's probably gonna be 30 minutes or more before I come back. So if you're watching the recording, just skip ahead 30 minutes until my camera comes back on, and then we'll resume the process. Cheers. Oh, that was a long meeting. Sorry, I said it was like 30 minutes and it's like an hour. So, if anybody's watching, welcome back. I need a few minutes to debrief. Oh, that was a long meeting. I need a few minutes to collect my thoughts, grab some water, use the bathroom. We will get back into it in a little bit. So, appreciate you guys being here. So, I'm going to put it back to BRB. Enjoy the music or not. Say hello in the chat. I'll be right back. Just had to call the wife for a little bit, collect my thoughts, threw up all of my energy drinks, so that's wonderful. And we need to get back in the grind. I'm gonna have to jot down some tasks for me to do. That came out of my call. I don't feel so great. Got like a cough, and coughing so much it hurts my head. Alright. Reorient, prioritize. Alright. We applied to one job today. Let me check on where we left off with our agents. And then I will write down the tasks that I need to do today. Okay, canonical notion. Alright, we're looking at this. So I'll let it know that I applied to that job with the cover letter. So it just, job 2, it created, I believe, the application record. Created a, I don't know that it actually uploaded the cover letter. Factual review, I found no material contradiction between your resume, cover letter, or live job description. Compensation discrepancy preserved. The live employer page says up to 78. Job 2 previously contained a feeder value of 80. Did not overwrite one source with the other. Okay. Okay. Give me the links to where I need to upload the actual file, please. Make sure that the properties are there, like the file type property, so I can upload the PDF and the cover letter. Notion, I pay for Notion, so we shouldn't have any storage issues with uploading the resumes and cover letters. Okay. Da, 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 da. I need to upload, not upload. I need to update our counter. Day 2, 2 applications. Alright, I've got too many tabs for this one thing. I want to save this because that's a good idea. Let me drop that into Jarvis. Can you save this somewhere in Obsidian? I asked Claude to review this message from someone on LinkedIn, and then it gave me its framing of what it meant. I want to save this so I can come back to it later because I think it's a good idea of a project I might want to build or augment that open source project. I want to see what our codex usage is because I already used one reset today. I want to see where we're at thus far. It says 100% remaining, which is weird. I don't know if I trust that. Let me refresh. It still claims 100%, so I'll take it. Alright, what am I going to do? I got to close some tabs here. and then we'll get started. I'll save that, refresh that. Got 176 impressions on my post from this morning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 likes. I will take it in 4 hours. I appreciate it. Save this because that's a good idea. You're full of good ideas, man. I'm gonna save that and see if I can turn that into a project later. I don't know how I would get the HR info and data, but we'll see what it turns into. I have like no following on X. That's alright. We got. Oh, there was a reset. Awesome. Yeah, I just like consumed a reset and they just gave a reset. Like, did that just screw me up? That's my question. But I didn't know a reset was going to be there, so you can only do what you can do. I'm closing out all my personal tabs, the ones that you guys can't see. I need that one. I'm going to save you. Generate YouTube API key. No, I'm already done with that. Delete that group. I save this for later. EV Mux. I'm not playing with that today because let's see. Did LinkedIn send me that? No, they haven't. No water. I still haven't got the second half LinkedIn data export. I don't know what's going on there. I want my connections. It's the whole point. That's what I'm trying to get out of LinkedIn is my connections. I requested it yesterday at 9:36 p.m. That's just the first half. I need the second half, y'all. Yeah, there's no email. None to be found. Alright, close that. Need to save this for later. I'll put that here. I ask it for links and it doesn't give me links because I'm live streaming. It thinks that it is security flaw. Blackboard S, Command Center Applications App 2. Fine. Fine. Oh, I need to go to applications, not job postings. Applications, default view, app 2. Okay, do you have a Does it have a file type? Yeah, there it is. That's what I needed. Upload that. And then what was it saying? Upload submitted files. That's not what I... Yeah, there it is. There's the cover letter. Alright. Alright. We got that done. We got like 19 more job applications to go today. Alright. Cool. Okay. What other plates do we have spinning or that we need to come back to? I'll go back to that. I'll let you guys see that. Look at Jarvis off screen. Be right back. I gotta grab some water. I want to sit down for a bit because this fat boy needs to sit down. All right. If anybody's watching, you're welcome to say hello. Keep me company. Whole point is not to do this thing alone. What are you guys up to today? Alright, one thing I want to check on is good old Claude. I gotta check out another thing that looks like our Discord application is domain. Okay, so let's screenshot this. What the heck just happened here? That was weird. Is that what kills it? I'm looking at herder over here, and like when I try dragging in a screenshot, it is not, it dies. It literally crashes herder, says server connection error. Alright, so let me download this screenshot. I hate having to download screenshots and then open it up in File Explorer and then grab it and then drag it in. There we go. Okay. What route are we? We have a weird overlay thing here. I'm not sure if it's a custom overlay that's on top of the YouTube one or what, but this needs to be resolved. So I'll give you a context of what I'm looking at. Um, there's so this is some of the work that it did. Is it uses the YouTube API, pulls in um, the videos. When I click to play video, there's this weird overlay where I can see the text in the background, which I believe is from YouTube, and then ours. So that needs to be fixed. There we go. That takes me to the video. Very nice. What else can we do? Okay. Looks pretty sharp. Portfolio takes me there. LinkedIn takes me there. It's fine. TV 14, I might need to remove that. It's not exactly TV 14. Okay. One thing I want to try is last time I did this background thing, I had it where it would put a video centered. Okay, I want us to recreate something I did in the past where um, when you open the page and you see the theater background, there would be an actual video that's on autoplay and muted that would display in this red box where the text says here. We would probably need the video URL to be timestamped to a moment where um no, I will give it to you, but it'll be like where I'm walking back into my room, so it's not at the start of the stream where I have the starting soon screen up. It's important that it's positioned correctly, so when we resize the page or the window, that the video still stays centered in that box in relation to the image and make it work on mobile as well. It's not intended for them to actually watch the video or click it or anything. It's mainly just for effect of having it playing in the background as if the people in the image are actually watching it. Okay. What are you up to, dude? It's working on stuff. Your gateway should have been restarted. Can you confirm that you have been upgraded to level 3 bounded autonomy? There you go. You see what I'm talking about. Okay, let's make sure that this is correctly glued to the screen. Looks like crap.
What do you want?
Just checking in.
Bull.
Just seeing how you're doing over there at Charles Schwab.
You can watch on Sports Center.
Okay, so we have some layout issues, especially when making the page smaller and on mobile. Can you open up in the browser using the Claudine Chrome extension and then reverse engineer the layout and spacing in the DOM so that way ours is a faithful copy of their UI and make sure that it's excellent on both desktop and mobile. One issue that I'm seeing is that the Trotman Show logo in the hero has a black background in the image and it noticeably stands out once you make the screen small enough that the logo and the video in the background collide. So probably on a certain breakpoint, we need to move that logo out of the way and let the one in the navigation be the only one that remains visible. But this is up for debate depending on how you reverse engineer Netflix's website. The question is what browser is it going to use? No. That's the wrong browser. Can you please do the broadcast thing so I can choose which browser you use? I'm gonna see if moving that tab broke it. No, it didn't break it. But I do need to mute it. Okay. Ah, freak you, dude. Quit resizing. Do not resize the window. I just put it in dev mode and put the dimensions to pixel 7 so you could look at mobile. I just realized that the browser window is not sized correctly. There we go. I don't want you to do any edits, but can you look at the and give me suggestions on the copyright so the text is compelling and not generic? And maybe we should standardize the type of language or messaging that I use across socials and the website and eventually my portfolio site. I just realized I was muted the whole time. My apologies. Um, I'll recap very quickly. I'm having Claude work on the Trotman Show website. It's using Netflix as an example, and it's redoing the layout and stuff so it looks good on mobile and desktop. And then what I was pivoting to right then was looking at the Claude session that's working on the personal side. I had it researched first, and I need to read the research. So. Flip is this? Do you read that? Hmm. That's messed up. That's messed up. That's messed up, dude. Had to make an X post about it. So you're saying personal portfolio sites don't really matter?
That would come. I've tried to think of ways that I could go back, and I created the FISA process at FBI.
Is your perspective that the FISA program itself was
Just shown that video.
this year? Hey Jenna, we hold
Hello, everyone.
the
Process at FBI.
is your
I created the FISA process at FBI.
is your perspective that the FISA program itself has kind of gone off the rails?
Yeah, the FISA process got badly corrupted after I left. I think it is my failure to anticipate the problem that would come. I've tried to think of ways that I could go back and change things, but I don't know anybody in government anymore.
FISA is an expansive surveillance authority in the United States. It was sold as a reform, a way to put the surveillance of people in the US under court oversight and the rule of law, instead of letting agencies run it without warrants. But it wasn't the oversight fix that the public was promised.
Section 702 is highly controversial for inherently sweeping up and storing vast amounts of data from Americans.
Tens of millions of Americans are caught up in the surveillance dragnet.
Repeatedly abused under both Republican and Democratic administrations. It's become a tool of mass domestic surveillance and an end run around the Fourth Amendment as well.
Every few years, the government reauthorizes certain sections of FISA, and the news is filled with people arguing about it. But despite all the media, most people have no idea what FISA even is. So in this video, I want to tell you the story of how a surveillance law that was sold as a reform became the legal foundation for one of the most powerful warrantless surveillance systems in America. FISA was created to stop intelligence agencies from spying on people in the US without oversight. But over time, the guardrails came off. And the person who helped build some of these guardrails at the FBI now says the system has gone badly wrong.
The FBI and the NSA are the two organizations.
Why is the sign out button not working and taking me back to the profiles?
We receive and create more FISAs than all the rest of government.
I got to interview Spike Bowman, the man who set up the FISA process at the FBI. And what made this interview so fascinating was that on top of explaining how FISA works from the inside, he explained to me exactly how the safeguards that he built were later dismantled. And once that happened, the system ballooned into something much bigger and more dangerous than anything the public was promised.
It's a system which, if corrupted, can cause the American public to lose faith in the organization, which has happened, I think, with the FBI.
Here's what I've come to believe. FISA keeps getting reauthorized because most people don't understand it, and if they did, they would be utterly shocked by what's going on. We'll start with why FISA was created, what it actually did, how the FBI safeguards were built, and how they came apart just as FISA expanded into something far more powerful than most Americans realize. Let's get started by understanding the lead-up to FISA. It was the 1970s. The Pentagon Papers, which revealed years of government lies about the Vietnam War, left the public deeply skeptical of the national security state. Then came Watergate, which exposed that Nixon, the sitting president, had weaponized federal agencies for his own political survival, using their surveillance powers to go after journalists, activists, and anyone he saw as a threat. And finally, a bombshell New York Times article revealed that the CIA, an agency barred from operating on US soil, had been running illegal surveillance operations against Americans at home. And this went beyond any one administration. The intelligence community had been breaking the law on its own initiative for decades. So in 1975, the Senate created the Church Committee to investigate the intelligence agencies and uncover the full extent of their abuses. What they found was the most extensive documentation the country had ever seen of intelligence agencies operating entirely outside the law. There was warrantless collection of Americans' communications, watch lists of journalists, activists, and members.
Can you put the Troutman Show as a heading above the new day one indicator, but make it text instead of the logo image? And then at the bottom where the new episodes in season 1 headings are at, can we decrease the amount of padding between the heading and the episode logo so it's a little more compact?
Several were run by the NSA, an agency that, like the CIA, was also barred from operating inside the US.
FBI is the only intelligence office allowed to operate on US soil.
So in the aftermath of the Church Committee findings, the pressure was enormous to put boundaries on the intelligence agencies. And what Congress came up with was FISA. It stands for the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. Now, how was this meant to fix the problem? Well, basically, there are two different areas of law that are relevant here: national security law and domestic criminal law, and they operate under different rules. Spying on Americans for domestic criminal investigations falls under criminal law. That requires warrants and probable cause. Spying on foreign threats abroad falls under national security law, and that doesn't require warrants or probable cause. But there was this gray middle zone. Do you need a warrant and probable cause if you're spying on Americans, but it's for national security reasons, i.e. foreign intelligence? So when you suspect someone inside the US is secretly acting as an agent of a foreign power? It wasn't clear at the time what the rules were, and FISA was an attempt to formalize them. On paper, FISA authorized electronic surveillance for foreign intelligence purposes inside the United States, and it required the government to get court orders before conducting that surveillance, and created a special court, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, or FISC, to issue those orders. Now let's dive into the nuts and bolts of FISA and answer the question: did FISA actually fix the problems the Church Committee had exposed? It's complicated. On the one hand, there was a real problem it was trying to solve. Foreign intelligence investigations are different from ordinary criminal ones. They often involved classified sources, foreign agents, and ongoing operations. Information that can't just be aired.
At the bottom of the hero, it looks like it fades out. Can we make it instead be contained in the rounded container, so there is a bottom edge to the hero section like it is in Netflix's desktop and mobile?
That made FISA necessary also made it dangerous. Before 1978, when intelligence agencies surveilled Americans, they were doing it with no statute and no court approval, in what many argued was outside the law. FISA changed that. It created a legal pathway for the government to surveil people inside the US, as long as it could convince the FISA court that there was probable cause the target was a foreign power or an agent of one. So surveillance that many considered illegal became surveillance that was simply regulated. The agencies got legitimacy, and the public got the appearance of oversight. That was the first major problem. Then there was the issue that the category at the heart of FISA, foreign intelligence, had a fuzzy boundary. And when you create a special legal category with weaker protections than ordinary criminal law, agencies have every incentive to push as much of their work as possible into it. Because once an investigation can be framed as foreign intelligence, the normal protections that shield Americans from surveillance don't fully apply. The next major problem was secrecy. And to be fair, some secrecy is necessary. You can't run operations against spies and foreign agents in public.
Most of national security law is no different from other law. The real difference is that it takes place with decision-making in secret. We advise the same type of thing that other lawyers in government advise, but the persons who are making decisions have to make those decisions in secrecy in order to carry out whatever their mission is.
But secrecy also makes accountability much harder. If the public can't see how a law is being interpreted, it becomes almost impossible to challenge abuses or even know they're happening.
I saw 2 secret rulings, interpretations of FISA law of how the government that I'm not even allowed to tell you. These are classified as top secret.
And finally, the FISA court
Is it possible for you to scale up the navigation logo even more so it's readable without increasing the height of the navigation bar?
created a secret court, applying a special surveillance standard in a process where only one side ever gets heard. So the FISA court was never going to provide enough oversight on its own. If this system was going to work, it needed extremely strong internal safeguards before applications even reached the court. It needed the court to just be a final check, with other people providing pushback early in the process, asking questions like, is this application accurate? Does this justify surveillance? And that brings us to Spike. Eventually, the FBI recruited Spike to build a real FISA process with genuine checks and balances, and the system he designed drew directly from his
Can you copy the notification behavior and modal from Netflix onto our side and make sure that it has a persistent notification indicator of 3 notifications, and then the actual records in the notification modal would be unique, like contact Alex, or maybe something humorous like stroller. I don't know. Come up with something unique there. But it would be a interesting Easter egg for people to click on the notification button and have the modal pop up and have maybe 3 links to something else in that. And that, they might be curious what happens when I click on this. On Netflix, the Hero episode showcase has a more info button that does the pop-up modal. Our pop-up modal, like of the episode or season, is way too small compared to Netflix's. And then there's behavior where if you hover over episode, there's a small modal that pops up that does an autoplay, like a preview of the episode, and also gives you options to open the more info modal, etc. Can we copy that, please, and make sure it looks good? I had my donut agent do a review of the copy on this site and it gave me its feedback. Can you read through these and then propose back to me what changes you would like to make? Great, I've provided that feedback to the Claude session that is working on the site. Could you do me a favor and research how to implement an OBS overlay? Never mind. I can do that myself. I'm expecting to completely scrap this site and start over with a actual professional portfolio site that is not indie hacking leaning like the current one is. In the more info modal for the Trotman show, I think we should not use the theater image in that. It should be the full video using autoplay, and see if there's a way to tie that into the actual video player. So if they click watch, it continues the video where they were already previewing it. And then can you make the video edge fade and make sure that the paragraph and the headings that says the numbers, the deadline, the rule are below and in the gray, so it's not clipping on the edge of the video like it is currently? You can take a look at it in the browser if needed. And can you make the modal itself extend full height like Netflix does? Ours is coming short, but I understand that we only have one episode. Okay. It's already 2:32. I want to look at some of our jobs and see if there's another one that I want to apply to. Job postings. So we're going to say yeah, they're all pursued. Okay. 86 Purple Rain Customer Success Manager. Okay, this one's out because it's part-time. Write a cover letter based on this job description and this resume. Okay, I'm gonna take a little bit to go to a meeting, guys, so I will be back. Check at 3:47. So quad. Ah, dang it. Froze again. Dude, I hate when it does that. Let me try to fix the GoPro again. Hang on. GoPro has frozen. So we gotta figure out how to... It did this yesterday. About the same time in. So... Don't know what its problem is. How you doing, Quad? And Bob, what's up? I just got off of a meeting with some interesting gentlemen. I'm trying to get my GoPro back up. Oh, there we go. Come on. I know. I'm trying to fix. Alright. I think she's fixed. But if it's she, it can't be fixed. He, Mr. GoPro, is fixed. Alright. Moment of truth. Hey, we're back. W's in the chat. Alright. I gotta reorient, dude. I've been interrupted today. Can you let me know when that please? And my camera's on, so. Okay. Camera's on, so don't come in. Alright. Boom, boom, boom. We're back. Alright. Let me close out of this because I don't want that up. Now the question is, can you still see that? Yes. Okay. We're back. Let's look at what our goals were today, because I don't think we've met any of them. Alright. Okay, you can see. Our goal today was assess the current system state, get the system working end to end, ingest jobs, dedupe, score, apply, and track, churn out about 20 plus. We've only done 1 out of 20. Wait, no, did we do 2? I think we did 1. LinkedIn data export still hasn't came in. It's retarded. Work on portfolio site. Hang on. I got noodles. Get some ramen. Alright. Anyways, what I was saying is LinkedIn data export still hasn't came in. The second half, I mean. And then work on portfolio and the Trotman show, that's mainly what we've been doing today. I'm not sure if you've seen it, Quad, but we have a Netflix style site called the Trotman Show. It displays, I guess, the latest episode on autoplay and muted here, and then all the episodes and the days will start showing up here. It pulls through the YouTube API. It does autoplay, and then you can like click and go to your more information. You can go to watch it. It's gonna be the big. I gotta fix that. Okay. Can I mute this tab and then hit play? Yeah, because I want to screenshot this. Yeah, so that's what we got cooking here. Just a way for people to find the site, find the episodes, get some SEO out there, and help funnel people towards like my LinkedIn, resume, portfolio, all that jazz. So I need to put you back on there. Go back here, go there. Click that, drag in. Yeah. Alright. Whenever I'm on the more info modal and then I click watch day 1 or whatever day number, the modal doesn't go away and it does full screen the video in the background correctly, but the modal didn't go away. Fix that. Clanker. Clanker. That's hot. That's hot, bro. Alright. What I'm looking at is not that. Going back to the chocolate show. I want to make sure that this actually gets fixed. I'm breaking it up into seasons as well. So, like season 1 is the first 25 days. Season 2 would be the next 25, and so on. 4 seasons if it takes 100 days. Lord willing, it'll only take the first 1 or 2 seasons to land a job. So we'll see how long it takes. I also want to work on the portfolio site. It may not give me much increase in chance, but this portfolio site currently is more indie hacking oriented. So I want to redo this entire site, scrap all of the passive income stuff, and make sure that we display ourselves most prominently. So I'd like to get this site live by the end of today, if not tomorrow. And then our Notion system has plenty of jobs in here. What's the last one that I applied to? Specialist tool tries about damage. I need to see if there's any more of these that I feel like are a good fit for me to apply to. Where's the status? Sync status, sync status. Posting pursuit strategy, pursuit verdict. That's what I want to pull forward. There we go. I want to see which ones I decided to skip, because this one was part-time. This one was too software engineering heavy. Customer success engineer, did I apply to you? Maybe. That's what I was starting to do. I had Claude write a cover letter. That's what it was. Okay. Let me read it, because you always want to vet what you're sending, you know? Oh, I was supposed to stir this. I don't know if she stirred it. It's one of the, it's just a ramen day, you know? Okay. Let me read this cover letter, and then we'll send it. I did not tell it to not use em dashes. Please remove em dashes and ensure that it's written in human language and doesn't read like it was generated by AI. It'll act like a human. Request. Okay. It's rewriting. It's already rewrote it. Perfect. Let's go look at it. Make sure there's no em dashes. Perfect. Perfecto. Perfecto. Alright. Let me attach this cover letter. La 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 la. Notice it says attach portfolio. Who has a portfolio that is a file? Okay. That's about all I want to do for that. So, submit. Thank you, Alex. Your application has been submitted. Alright, back to the browser. Da 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 da. Alright, so job number 6. So let's go back over to... Hey, battle damage. Quick detour. I just applied to another job. This is the job ID in Notion. And this is the resume and cover letter that I used. Maybe cover letters for every job is not scalable, but who cares? Maybe, I hate when I can't see the full thing. Come on, man. Maybe create a PDF portfolio. Yeah, but we'll refine our approach over the 98 days, because in the beginning we're just getting our systems and getting our muscle going of applying the stuff. So gotta build some consistency. I'm gonna have to get off stream in probably 45 minutes to an hour. Just FYI. I would like to make it at 5 p.m. so I could have a whole 8-hour stream. 9 to 5, bro. This is really the first thing I've really eaten today. Alright, so make sure that this is fixed. Looks like it already is. So I click on it. I hover over it. I click that button, brings this up. If I click on that, it starts the episode. If I click on that, it starts the episode. So what I want to test is what happens when you hover and then click in here. Takes you to it. Okay. When I hover over an episode and it has the little preview pop-up modal, I want to be able to click anywhere in the gray, not just the little down arrow button, to open the bigger, more info modal. I'm glad we were able to get the GoPro back up. Yesterday, that kind of threw me for a loop. So, alright, let's go back to Jump. Make sure it's going through and logging, like the application, all that stuff. It looks like Claude actually addressed the gap between the job description and the resume in the cover letter, so that's interesting. Claude's the one that wrote the cover letter, but Hermes and ChatGPT is the one that's doing all the Notion stuff. So let's go back to Blackbird. Blackbird singing at the dead of night. No. No, you don't want me to sing. That'll get me not hired. Then that'll get me actively blacklisted. Do not hire. All right. Application received. That's a very nice banner. Okay. I need to resize this because let's go back out. It says done and verified. So if I hover, I click anywhere, bingo. Alright. How about scrollability? I don't want to optimize too much to make it, you know. Ba, 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 ba. gonna mix it up every once in a while. I can't just stick with Dr. Pepper. I'll water it down. Alright. That's enough. Alright, what I really want to do. Alright, now that this is live, I want to ask a question to Claude because will the YouTube API key be properly secured once we deploy this live on Vercel? Just answer the question. Alright. I'm gonna go back and see. I think I muted these tabs. Okay. Yes, the key never ships to Vercel at all. The current design, it lives only on your local.env.local, get ignored, verified, never committed, and used exclusively on npm sync YouTube script, which runs on your machine and bakes the results into catalog.json. The deployed site pages, embeds, players, previews never touch the key. Browsers get only public YouTube, no cookie.com, embed URLs, thumbnails, which need no key. Footnotes worth 10 seconds. If we later add a daily synchron on Vercel, the key moves into a Vercel environment variable. Still server-side only, server-side only, as long as it's never prefixed next public. That prefix is wet, inline CNV bars into client bundles, defense and depth, independent of Vercel. In Google Cloud Console, you can restrict that API key to the YouTube Data API. Alright. Cool. I want to look at how about when I go live, can we do the npm sync and be able to display, for instance, day 2 while it's live, and the link would go to the live stream and it would have an actual indicator that this one is live and not, you know, a recording? It's a good question because, I mean, like, if somebody comes to this website and I'm live, I don't want them to be stuck on watching past episodes. Like, I want a live now, big flashing whatever, and be like, go watch this. You know? That's what we want. Bum, bum, bum. Still going. Whoever's lurking, all 3 of you, say hello. If it's just Quad, Bob, and Prismac, you guys are just the boys. I need some people with decision-making powers to be watching. No, I mean, I appreciate you guys being here too. No problemo there. Alright. Yes, cleanly leave 140 caveat about freshness. Here's how it works. Mechanics detection is free. Sync already called videos.list for durations. The same call can request snippet.live broadcast of content which YouTube sets to live, should now upcoming, scheduled, or none recording. As soon as your day 2 live video is in a playlist and you run PNPM sync YouTube, sync knows it's live. Did I add today's live to the playlist? I don't know that you can. Possibly more. No, it's not a part of the playlist. And I don't know that I did that in OBS or not. Dang it. Okay. Ming Mong. Recorded. All right. What's up, Bob? See it? See Quad. He went to bed this early? I don't know what time zone he's in, but good night. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and build it now. And then it'd be a good idea if we did a daily cron. So like maybe daily at 10 p.m. or maybe 8 p.m. it would do the sync. That way, no, never mind. How do I want to do it? We will handle it manually when I go live and when I end stream. So no crons on Vercel. Okay. Bam, bam, bam. Why does it do video unavailable? Okay, we gotta check on the Can you instead look back at the Git history and see when we retired the old portfolio and see if there's any way to revive it and bring it back? It's the one where we had the icon dropper game that would send you to like a list of my filtered uh, projects and stuff. Alright, I'm gonna do something that I usually wouldn't do, but let's look at my LinkedIn. So, I'm probably gonna have to rewrite this LinkedIn profile to get it in line with where I'm at, you know? Also, frick the verified thing. I've tried it so many times and it has not once worked. So, frick that. Anyways, I did Flatiron School, coding boot camp. I did a few classes at a community college. I've done some Zero to Mastery Academy, so that's education there. But Security Plus is one of my most prominent things on here. Neo4j fundamentals. See what all I have. Google certs, all those. I might add some Palantir stuff to this. I might try to get certified. We shall see. But what is it? What does this look at? Post impressions in 7 days, up 789%. Total followers, up 1%. Profile viewers in 90 days, up 79% versus prior days, 7 days. Cool. It's not enough, but it's cool. I'm gonna rewrite this probably too. Can we save this to a PDF? I'm gonna give it to my PR agent. Here's a PDF export of my LinkedIn profile. Can you go through and evaluate all the copy and tell me what I can do to enhance my LinkedIn profile? And you might as well do some research as well to see how I can best position my LinkedIn profile, and maybe I need to customize it or configure some additional sections or something. Just come back to me with a full report of what I need to do to my LinkedIn profile to stand out and to fit the whole vibe that I've got going on. Cool. Gotta update the counter because we've applied to 3 jobs over 2 days. Not enough. What we really need to do is network with people, but I'm waiting on the LinkedIn second half of the data export to hit my email. I'm gonna go ahead and request a new archive. Okay, it is not letting me request my own data. Why? Data privacy, download your data, request new archive. Yeah. Let me ask Claude. See if there's a known issue. Is there a known issue with trying to request a data export on LinkedIn if you already have one processing? I received the first half of the data export, but I never received the second half. And when I try to request a new data export, I get this error. Is there a known issue with LinkedIn? Is that a bug? So if I go over here, and then I go to the playlist and I refresh, now it says 2 videos. Perfect. Can you make it support upcoming as well? So that way when I end a stream on one day, I can schedule the stream for 9 a.m. the next day and that it would show on the website? I don't know if we could do an autoplay of an upcoming stream. It would have to open a new tab and send them to the waiting for it to go live. I also just added the live day 2 stream to the playlist, so you could try syncing and see if it shows. Alright. So what we're doing is making it where my actual live streams like this one will show up on the website. Cool. We gonna see if that works. I'm talking about the entire V1 portfolio site, bringing it back, not just the game. Ba 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 bum. Let's go look at you. I'm at a fork in the road. My portfolio site. Currently, it's like indie hacking type stuff, and I need to make a decision whether or not to bring back my old portfolio. It was more of like a cyber and like defense type theme, or just start fresh. So I feel like starting fresh, but I don't want to build a bunch, you know? I don't want it to be a time sink. I really don't want it to be. But I want a portfolio site that's outside of the Trotman show, you know? I really do. Anybody got any suggestions? Because the indie hacking portfolio site's got to die. Like it can't exist no more. This was stupid. Alright, we gotta make a decision. Ain't nobody gonna make it for me. I think we go for ultra simplistic portfolios. Simplistic portfolio site. In order to not overbuild, let's just go simplistic. Why don't we do a CLI? A portfolio site that is a CLI. That's what we want. Okay. CLI portfolio site. Framer. Okay. It's cute. It's not what I'm looking for though. It's the same thing. It just looks like a CLI, it's not actually a CLI. Post over GitHub Actions on GitHub since it stays up. One of the first things when you look at someone's proposal is you link it. What's up, John? Welcome back. Let me pull your comment up a little closer. Post over GitHub Actions on GitHub since it stays up. One of the first things you see when you look at someone's profile since you can link it. Mint GitHub Pages. Oh, you're talking about the portfolio site? Put it on GitHub Pages? Is that what you mean? Can you confirm, John? Okay. Yes, that's what I do for my work. Yeah, I'm not 100% against that idea, but I do want to see the analytics. I want to see who comes to my page and where from. So I'm inclined to keep it on for self and add Google Analytics. Yeah, Pages is great, but it's not the area I want to deploy unless you're saying there's a way to do it on Vercel but still being GitHub Pages. I don't know. Interactive terminal portfolio, Echo Social. Yep. So I think it's been decided. Okay, so I have a new direction for what I want to do with this portfolio site. I've decided that I want it to be an interactive CLI type environment, but actually have a local LLM model behind the scenes so they can actually chat with the chatbot and it be a LLM trained or a RAG system on information about me. So they could use commands like help and who is and all that stuff, but also they can just type in a plain English question and get a response back. We would probably host the LLM somewhere, and it would be an open source LLM as well, an open source model. That way I don't have to pay for API tokens or anything like that. And if you disagree with that and you think that there's a better approach that is using like a frontier model and an API key that's like super cheap, do let me know if it saves us time. Okay. That's one thing that I want to do is like I want to give somebody that comes to my site the ability to dig a little deeper, to ask questions, to get answers, you know? So, see what happens. Yeah, I'm not using Claude for this, I can tell you that. I would probably rather do an open source model and host it somewhere and let people chat with that so I don't have to pay for inference. I can just let, pay the server fees, whatever. What would be even crazier is if there was a voice model that actually spoke back to you and like used like Grok real time or something. So that like I can have like a dude, an agent, uh, you know. All right. Self-hosting costs more, not less. Your instinct is the API tokens are the expensive part. At portfolio site traffic, the rounding errors, and the GPU is the expense. Assume a generous month, 2,000 visitors, 15% try the chat, 4%, 4 messages each, 1,200 messages. Each message carries 3,000 tokens of context about you, plus 250 tokens out. Haiku 4.5, 1 to 5 bucks per million tokens. Prompt caching, monthly cost $2. Sonnet 5 intro, 2 to 10 bucks. Caching 4 bucks. Opus 4.8 caching 10 bucks. Always on GPU, cheapest viable, 40 cents an hour, $292. Even the most expensive frontier model is 30 times cheaper than the cheapest always on GPU. Haiku is 150 times cheaper. Serverless GPU model, RunPod replicate fixes the idle cost but replaces it with worst problem, cold starts. Okay. Frontier API. It is. Probably don't need RAG at all. This is a bigger simplification. Your entire corpus fits in a context window. Work history, 4 products, skills, education, writing, realistically 5,000 to 20,000 tokens. Haiku 4.5 holds 200,000. There's nothing to retrieve from. You can just put all of it in the system prompt. That deletes the entire subsystem, no vector database, no embedding pipeline, no chunking strategy, no retrieval tuning, no why did it retrieve the wrong chunk, debugging, the static file plus a system prompt. Prompt caching makes it nearly free. Cache reads, blah blah blah. Most commands shouldn't touch the LM at all. Help, who am I, project experience, contact, resume, clear. Route those deterministic handlers, instant, free. They can never hallucinate. Only genuine free-form questions hit the API, which probably cuts LM calls by half or more and makes the common path feel fast in a way the LM round trip never will. 2 risks I'd be negligent not to raise. Abuse is the real cost exposure. A public endpoint impact by your API key can be scripted. The per message price is trivial. 100,000 scripted messages is not. This needs rate limiting per IP, a hard monthly spend cap, and ideally a short max output. Budget for building that. It's not optional. A CLI only site works against your goals. We established the audience includes recruiters and non-technical screeners, and that the site should serve a warm reader doing pre-interview homework. A black terminal demanding typed commands is a real barrier for the first group. Java is inherently serial. You can't skim a conversation you haven't had yet. Words for audience building goal. Content that only exists inside chat responses is invisible to search engines and AI crawlers. Your name SEO would be 0. Fix isn't abandoned idea, it's progressive disclosure. Terminal as the hero experience with the same content also present as real crawlable HTML. What a recruiter can just scroll, same corpus, 2 front doors. So should the terminal be the whole site or is the centerpiece? Oh no, it's lagging. This terminal be the whole site or the centerpiece of the site that also has conventional scrollable sections underneath it. Yeah, how about we do it as a legit portfolio site and then the chat bot would be in the bottom right corner like you would find on a dealership site. And when they click that, it has a little pop-up where they can start chatting with it. But the pop-up looks like a terminal window. And then all the deterministic commands would be within that window, and then they can also ask plain English questions and get a response back. Thoughts?
Of income will most likely depend on what becomes of this now orphaned little boy.
Is there any other job applications that, not applications, I want postings, job postings that are a high fit that I should apply to? I'm gonna duplicate this view.
Now this I can do.
Alright. So this one we're gonna fit for application is empty. We're also gonna filter for pursuit verdict is not skip. Okay. Interact software customer success manager. Alright, let's read through this. Interact provides enterprise-grade intranet software that connects over 3 million employees to leading gold names like Levi's, Domino's, Pharmaceuticals, and Technicolor. Build meaningful and trusting relationships. Own and manage planning execution of all customer activity interactions from onboarding through offboarding. Plan and engage in regular strategic about the role. Bachelor's degree or relevant experience. Demonstrated experience retaining and growing global enterprise customers and customer success role SaaS experience. For experience in project management, influencing and aligning internal stakeholders to achieve customer solutions. Advanced knowledge of customer success concepts, processes, and techniques, including customer interaction, escalation, retention strategies, opportunity, knowledge, customer success systems, advanced knowledge. What does it pay? What does it pay? 75 to 85? Oh. Okay. Let's start applying. Yeah, this one only lets you upload one file, yet the heading is resume/CV. So they don't even want a separate cover letter, they want one file. This job application is asking for a personal summary. Can you write a personal summary about me and my experience? And here's the job posting as well if you need it. I've also included the resume that I uploaded to this job application. All right, 7 minutes until the 8-hour mark. I'm probably going to cut it off there. Without M dashes. Well, I just applied to this job ID. Using this resume. The application also asks for a personal summary, so this is what Claude wrote for that as well. Basil, what's up, my man? Let me look at your full comment there. Said, I'm back at WSM. Did Dana ever reach out to you? Yeah, no, he hasn't. I'm not sure that he's going to. Was he supposed to?
The thing about perfection is that it's unknowable. It's impossible, but it's also right in front of us all the time.
No, I have no clue. I haven't talked to Dana, Matthew, since January. I've talked to Paulette, but she's not there anymore unless she came back. He is hiring Okay. I don't know that, if Matthew's still there, then I don't know if he would want me back. Who knows? I'm not picky. No hard feelings. Me, Bill, Matthias, Ahmed are back. And Bill's, well, I didn't know Bill and Matthias. I knew Matthias was gone. I don't know about Ahmed. I figured Bill was still there, but I'm not sure. They're hiring everybody back that they fired. It's interesting. I looked at their site the other day. Right now, the only thing that I see is an account executive. Top producers. Yeah, I'm open to anything. He's welcome to hit me up. See ya. Yeah, get some sleep. It's good seeing you, though. Aha! There's my data archive. There's the data that I need. Yeah, but that's not what. Alright, I'm gonna have to point Jarvis at something real quick. Would you care to look at these data exports and tell me if it contains connections from LinkedIn? Because that's what I was aiming at getting out of LinkedIn, but I'm not sure if it's contained in either of these zips. Oh. Alright, I'll be... Actually, guys, it's 5 o'clock. It's always 5 o'clock somewhere. Just had our first baby last week. Good luck to you. May your daughter arrive safely this morning. Yes, sir. Congratulations to you. Daddy Basil. Good luck, man. I know you're going to do great. That said, I'm going to end the stream, guys. We have officially done 8 hours and almost 2 minutes. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. It has been a pleasure, and I will see you